Okay, so I finally turned on the audio. I don't know if anybody's going to listen or watch, and in fact, I'm even telling people they could skip this if they want to. If you don't, great, thanks. You can still just listen because I'm still going to be talking in it. Or I might read off what I'm copying. The only bad part about copying handwritten notes to my computer is I don't have a place to kind of set up. I don't have a place really to set up my pages, so I have to put it off to the side because my mouse is to the right of my keyboard, and then of course I got my keyboard, and then I can't really. Here, let's switch to. I'll switch to the webcam for a sec. There we are. Hey everyone who is watching and or listening. These are my notes. Well, you can't really see it very well because I got it set to manual exposure so that it doesn't do a lot of like exposure change or whatever. Because that was getting kind of annoying. I'd turn around or something and it would brighten or darken depending on how much light's coming in. And because of that, I have my exposure or whatever up, so you probably can't even see these. Here I can do it like this, where there's no light shining inside them. You can see that it's handwritten, but I don't have any place to put them on my. I don't have any place to put them on my like my desktop and stuff. Well, I don't know if I should do this on camera, but here, if you can look down here, right, and then here's the papers, and it's like, okay, so how do I set it? I can set it like this. It goes in front of my screen. Okay. Okay, now I just probably shouldn't have done that. Let's readjust this a little bit. Is that good? That's good. That's good. Yeah, so I have to figure out how to do this. I do have kind of a fairly large monitor though, and what I did the last time was I used like a clamp, and I clamped a page to my monitor, and then made sure that LibreOffice was like on the side of the screen here. Let's pull up LibreOffice here for a sec, and then let's see, let's shrink it. Wait a second, what did I just do? Is that where did it go? I mean, I know it's running, but where did it go? Here, let me do something. Let's see here. Here, let's. I'm gonna switch to desktop, which this should be switching to desktop. So you should see the desktop now. For some reason, well, that's fine. But for some reason, what's? It's like, what happened to it? Visible in all workspaces. That's not really what I'm. How come? If you can, I don't know if you can see this, but I got the little blue line underneath the icon, which means it's running. But for some reason, I can't see it now because I hit some wrong button or something. Let's close it, I guess, and then close. Is it close? I don't know what it's doing. It's doing something weird. Hey there. Paper is visible when you bend. We see, please wait screen. Hold on a sec. Oh wait. So let me see this for a second. No, that's okay, there we go. There's my desktop. I don't know what button I hit that caused it to not show the desktop. But, okay, fine then. Alright, thanks for that. Here, close. Where? Don't, oh, well, okay, save it. That's fine if it saves it. And now let's reopen it because... Alright, something is wrong because now I still can't see it. I don't know where it went. Where did it go? I thought I hit the thing to shrink the window from full screen back to windowed. But for some reason it completely disappeared it, and it's running. I have no clue where it's running to though. So yeah, I'm wondering what the deal is. What's the deal? I guess I don't know. I guess I can go on the net and ask. I hit running LibreOffice in Libre. I don't know how you pronounce that. LibreOffice. LibreOffice. Anyways, running LibreOffice in okay, Linux Mint Debian Edition. I hit what I thought was back to window from full screen, and it completely disappeared, but it's still running. Okay. Let's see if the Brave AI can help me. Based on your description, it seems that it's still running in the background, but the windows vanished. This behavior is not unique to Linux Mint Debian Edition. Okay. Window Manager settings might be related to Window Manager settings at Cinnamon. Try checking the Window Manager settings. See if there's an option to toggle roll up or iconify behavior. This might help you restore Windows to previous state. Okay, let's go into what would be preferences. Preferences, Windows, and okay. Let's see, buttons laid out, actions, toggle maximize, title bar. Okay, let's go to behavior. In the focus mode, bring windows which require attention to the current workspace. Give focus to new windows launched from a terminal. Attach dialog, moving and resizing. Location newly opened windows, automatic. Special key to move and resize windows. Super. Trackable border width. Alt tab. Alt tab switcher style. Icons and thumbnails. Display, move, minimize. Show windows so work. Okay, I have a clue. What if I hit super? Recent. I don't know what that did, but we'll see. Right click title bar. I can't get to the LibreOffice window. There's no LibreOffice window. It's gone. Any suggestions? The item will nearly disappear. Sometimes a very small, barely visible item. Sometimes small box. Okay. If you're asking for help, please make sure you're okay. Okay, that's the bot thing. Which line conversion do you run? Same behavior in Pop! OS and Ubuntu Mate. Fixing. Well, I can't even get to Oh, there it is. I see. It's actually here. Maximize? Okay, so that's actually there. So, Bomb, thanks for that. And by the way, for anybody that isn't watching or paying attention, Bomb is someone on IRC. So, don't freak out when I say the word Bomb. Because it's the name. Okay, so it's here. Okay, so I see. So basically I can just drag it, right? I can drag it to whatever size I want. Okay, now let's try to minimize, maximize, and let's minimize it. It should go back. Okay, good. Good. Okay, thanks for that. That works. Alrighty. So what I might do here is I could turn this around to the screen. Although I can't see anything because I got a background on here. And let's see something here. Background. Change desktop background. Settings. How do I set it to? How do I set my background to a lot? Okay. Give me a sec. How do I set my background in Linux Cinnamon desktop to a single solid color? Here. Right click, change desktop background. Click on the advanced options button. Let's see if we have an advanced options button. Do we have an advanced options button? We do not. Background settings window. Well, there is an advanced options here, so I don't know what the deal is. Okay, right click on the empty area, change desktop background. The background settings window, click the settings button. Settings window, select solid color from the background drop down. Choose your desired color. Click close. Maybe I should select a color first. Select. Okay. And close it. And that didn't do anything, so huh. Yeah. Let's check display settings. No. That doesn't do it. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, thanks. Got it fixed. So now trying to get my desktop background to a solid color. In Linux Mint Debian edition using the Cinnamon desktop. Okay. Change the picture aspect. Oh, I see. Thanks. I should have just clicked that, shouldn't I have? But I didn't know that it was not in there here. No picture. There we go. Solid color. And, yeah, let's do this. Actually, custom. Custom. Here. Yeah, there we go. I like that. And practically black. Like that. Select. Okay. This is the way I like it. And then now, when I put... Yeah, I got it. I just did it. If you're actually watching, you can see it. If not, then just... You can trust what I'm saying is true. Everything I say is true. Okay. So now... I think I need to go and find a clip. It's kind of, I think it's probably kind of a little tough on my monitor a little bit, but if anybody is watching, well, okay, never mind, I can't do that. Now I have to. Okay, let's switch back to, I don't know where the webcam is. I think I got a hotkey in it, but I don't remember what it is. Let's go and fix this back. I tried pulling my camera up front so you can actually see the monitor, so I could show you what I'm talking about. But it has something to do with the way I have the cord wrapped around or something. So whatever, it doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Okay, here, I'm going to switch it to please wait for a second while I check something out. Okay. I think, yeah, I mean, here, let's switch it to webcam. Okay, you probably can't really see this that well, but here, let's just shrink down. Let's shrink everything down. So, actually, let's bring OBS back up because I want to look. Here, let's just do that. How weird. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. I can switch that there. Anyways, I don't know if you can see it very well because of my shaky hands and stuff, but if you, apologies, it looks blurry and stuff, and might have something to do with the light and stuff, or it could be something to do with maybe I smudged the deal. So if you look here, this is my notes, right? If you look down here, this is the keyboard, and so there's kind of a. It's kind of a pain in the butt thing. Like, I can't really set it up here because it's going to fall down. If I put it down here, see if I can do that here. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Well, you can kind of see what happens there. It gets floppy because it's just paper. It's just notebook paper. So that's kind of a pain. Now, if I get the clip, I'm able to clip it there, and then I'll be able to do it, but I'll have to like remove it every single time I want to. Every time I want to look at the back or I want to save it, unless there's some way of some device I can do that actually hold papers. Maybe something that musicians use. And yes, I noticed the screen is a smudgy, and now it looks all like smudgy. Smudgy. Okay, how's that? There we go, that's good. You can actually see, too, the stupid brightness still goes up and down. I got autofocus on, That might have something to do with it. I got I think auto white balance, and auto white balance doesn't seem to change it either. So whatever. Okay, so let's go back to the weight screen. You can still hear my voice, but I'm gonna go in the other room and grab a clip, anyways, because it makes it easier for me to be able to type and type and see. Otherwise, I have to put my paper to the right side of my mouse. Well, I could actually put it just to the right side of my keyboard and not worry about the mouse exactly. But that means I'm still like looking. It's still kind of hard to look at something. I actually need like a table or something, or a stand, or some sort of thing. Anyways, give me a quick sec. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I got a clip. And I dropped the clip, and you can't see it, so that's okay. Alright, so let's do something here. And these clips are super hard. I don't know how I did it before, but somehow before I managed to get... This clip won't even fit on there. I'll have to get a different kind of clip, and I don't even know if that'll work. Looks like I'm kind of out of luck. Interestingly, right now it's standing up on its own. So yeah. Alrighty. Well, I'll try to make do or whatever. We'll see. Since that's standing up right now, that's fine. I'll just leave it, I guess. Okay, let's go to desktop. I can full screen that again. That doesn't really matter. Actually, what does matter is that, because really I need to be able to see it. You can kind of see through the notebook paper. If I do pure white, you can't see anything hardly because it shows through. But I'm using this dark. Okay, let's go settings. Let's go to color and cancel. I guess I don't know. I guess I can't actually modify. Oh, there we go. Let's customize that one. Okay, let's. All right, let's make it practically black. Select. Mosaic, no picture. Okay, so that's as dark as I'll get it. It just looks kind of black right now because it is black practically. But I guess that'll give me the best viewing, at least for this. So now let's go ahead and resize this a little bit, and then alrighty, let's go down. I'm not letting you see this yet, even though I will actually be showing spoilers, and I'll be showing everything in there. I won't be showing you my first notes just yet. So we'll just see here. And then this second revision of notes were only partially done, so I have no clue why that is the case, but that is the case. So what do we got here? Notes revision. Alright. So I guess I should start now. Now let's see. As I type, I guess I'll write down what I'm typing, and see, these are some of the bios of the heroes of my story. So, okay, so Enchanted Lands bios, and this is why I said that it might be boring, because even though I'm going to go ahead and talk through this, I'm actually just typing in my notes, which I should have done like way before. In fact, I had planned to type in all my notes before, and then make a video, an intro video, using some of the footage, but I never got around to it, or I wasn't really happy with that. So, and then when I found out that I hadn't even completed my second revision of notes that I was going to do, I decided to kind of shelve it for a little bit while I switched to Linux and did all this stuff, the hard drives and all this stuff. Okay, so these are going to be bios for our heroes. Herein lies the accounts of the heroes of Enchanted Enchanted Lands Magical Resort area. And I'm not sure why I called it area, but Magical Resort. I could leave it Magical Resort. We'll do that. In their own words, up to that fateful week, which okay, which required. So this is supposedly like somebody's writing the history of Enchanted Lands. Okay, so if you don't know the story, now you'll see some of the story here as I type this stuff in, but so basically the story is it's a magic kingdom, and they turn to tourism to make money, and so then they turned it into a resort for like the super wealthy, and if you're super wealthy and you know somebody, you can get a ticket there, and so you can stay at the hotels, or there's 4 magical schools. There's the Knights Academy, there's Wizard University, there's Fairy God College, and then what's the 4th one? Come on, think. Oh, Princess Prep, right? So Princess Prep, Knights Academy, Wizard U, and Fairy God College, and so you can kind of indulge your fantasy. You can become a fairy godmother, or you can become a knight, or you can become a princess, or you can become a wizard. And so you go into these schools, and you get to fight dragons, and you get to do all kinds of cool stuff. And then, of course, they have hotels, and they have restaurants. So you could just treat it like a regular vacation, where you go, kind of like if you go to Disney World, and you're just staying at the hotel, really. Maybe not even interested in the parks. I know that there's some people that kind of do that. So basically, if you just want a relaxing weekend in some far-off place that only the rich can afford, then you come to Enchanted Lands, and you can do that there. Okay, so basically what happens is when we enter our story, we meet John, who is in our world currently, and he's got kind of a boring life. I kind of based him a little bit on myself and my brother and a couple of various things. So he lives with his mother, and he works at a library, and I don't know. I don't know if that's all I do in here because I type it in there. Anyways, so basically, he stops by his local convenience store, um, and if I don't know if you call them convenience stores over there in the rest of the world. You know, in the U.S., they're just little stores where you can buy candy bars, chocolate bars, whatever, candy, pop, and snacks and whatever. Sometimes gas, depending on if there's a gas station connected to it. So basically, he stops at a convenience store and he buys his favorite candy bar. It's called the Benny Wonky candy bar, and in it he receives a silver ticket. Yeah, I know, golden ticket, Willy Wonka. It's sort of a play. It's sort of a kind of parody kind of thing, a little bit. And so when he takes the ticket, it opens a portal into Enchanted Lands, or into the what I call the sunny nexus of worlds, which is basically the area that Enchanted Lands resides in. So he goes in there, and then the first guy he meets is a wizard, whose name right now is Hubert. It was something else that kind of was similar to some other wizard, and I'll kind of just leave it at that. You know, and I suppose because of the time that I wrote it, I probably picked the name because I saw the movies and the books of certain wizard who will remain nameless right now. But basically, he meets up with him, and he recognizes him as the guy that sold him the candy bar. And so, what happened is this wizard named Hubert, the lands have fallen in hard times. So basically, all the schools are closed up. They're actually training knights with real weapons. Dragons are actually terrorizing villagers for real, instead of just being, you know, kind of this enchanted deal. Because like when you go, it's all magic. So when you go and you fight dragons and stuff, you're not really fighting. Nobody gets hurt. It's supposed to be fun, but now they're the Knights Academy's training with real weapons. The Fairy God College is now forcing what do you call it? Students? It's forcing its students to become training them to become witches, right? Evil witches, and Wizard U is closed up, and Princess Prep is, I think it's closed up too. I can't remember. I'll have to go back to my notes later. So the schools are closed up. Villagers, locals are disappearing. Actually, some of the tourists are disappearing, and most of the restaurants and hotels are closed up. There's only one hotel, the Grand Enchanted Landian. There's only one restaurant, which is called what do I call it? Anyways, it's a chicken place that sells chicken, fried chicken. Anyways, oh yeah, I know what it's called. It's called Scarborough Fair Chicken. So basically, it's the only thing that's open as far as that goes, and Hubert needs somebody to come and help him figure out what's going on. The king was acting strangely, and it's rumored that there is someone that was banned a long time ago has somehow snuck back into land. So there's rumors that he's around. There's this guy named Maximilian who comes in, and his company buys a holding company that owns Enchanted Lands. So now he owns Enchanted Lands, and so it's kind of dire. So Hubert needs to come in, and Hubert was a friend and advisor to the king. In fact, he was the guy that convinced them to go to tourism so that they could make money, and so that they wouldn't have to levy taxes on the citizens and stuff. But the king is acting strangely, and there's all this kind of weird going on. And so when we enter our story, John here is just sucked into this world, and he's like confused, and he meets up with Hubert, and so that's kind of where the story's at. The story's at is Enchantment Lands is effectively running at like quarter capacity. It's not even, nobody's even able to do stuff, and so we have to go and basically help the heroes figure out why everything's so bad and what's going on. Okay, so that's the setup, right? Okay, so now I have to get back to typing. So words that fateful week, which required mental mental, physical, actually I should comma there, physical and financial wizardry. Actually, I don't know how to use the suggestions here in LibreOffice Writer, but here, let's see, and financial wizardry to save the worlds from a madman. Okay. So, okay, this is John Thomas's words here. Was born April 12th. And okay, so like in my earlier version of my notes, I had these bios, and I don't think they're not as detailed as this is, and then this is a rewrite. So in here I include where he was born, where he grew up, blah blah blah, etc. and so forth. And I didn't manage to get to the villains again, but that's the way that goes. Okay, so John Thomas. Maybe I should just switch. Let's do something here. Let's just sort of switch the video capture off right now, because we don't really need that. You don't really need to see my head bobbing down below the screen to read something. And then let's go and, oh yeah, I'm going to start recording, which I believe is Super F5, which is essentially the Windows key. Okay. Alright, so let's see, I was born April 12th, 1984 in Pinedale, Arizona. He's from Arizona, apparently. My dad, Jeff Thomas, was a carpenter by trade. My mother, Lucy. See, I was thinking that I had to put like all the details, like, who his parents were, where he lived, where he was born, etc. and so forth. And maybe that's still important. And maybe I should still write notes for the should do that for the villains themselves. Even though I had the villains in my head already, like kind of their backstories and where they come from and stuff, I didn't actually spend as much time fleshing them out or writing their backstories down as I did with the heroes here. But whatever. Worked at the local library. Okay, so mom's a librarian for the only local library. Okay, at the only local library for miles. This was truly the sticks. And what I mean by the sticks is, some say out in the boonies, basically out in, out in Hicksville, nowhere, where there's nothing there, right? Out in the sticks, right? Okay. This was, okay, wait a minute, this was truly the sticks. When I was really young, I was homeschooled, and then was later doing grade school in a one-room schoolhouse. Now, truth be told, I don't know if in the 80s if there was any one-room schoolhouses anywhere in the world. But this is what I wrote because the idea is he's out in the middle of nowhere, basically. Okay, so... Okay, not because we were primitive, but merely because... Oh, it's probably primitive with an I. Yeah. Why would that be? Pinedale is actually a real place. It's a real town or city or whatever in Arizona. Okay. Not because we're... But merely because there weren't that many kids. I was there until about age, what did I write, 13? Just about the time I was starting to get interested in girls, of course. Here, just, okay, okay. I was real nervous, and this is kind of partly a little bit like me, because I have social anxiety. So basically, you know, you don't tend to have a lot of friends, you don't go out much, and that sort of thing. It's sort of like an actual introvert actually. I keep looking at the camera because like somebody's watching me, but I forgot I turned it off. But anyways, so a regular introvert, they get drained, physically drained, like when they're in a crowd of a bunch of people. They have to talk a lot, do stuff, you know, and you really regain your energy when you're by yourself. And you know, like you could be happy, you know, playing with a stick or a rock or something when you're a kid, and you don't care, nobody around, and that's how you like it. Whereas an extrovert is kind of like Donald Trump, President Trump, you know, where the energy comes off of all the people you interact with, and that's how you get going. And so I kind of live like an introvert because of social anxiety. So I often say I'm an extrovert trapped in an introvert's body. I kind of joke about that. It's kind of the way it works. In other words, I prefer to be by myself, not because I prefer to be by myself, but because I get nervous around people, strangers, or when I have to do something. You know, I don't always get nervous anymore. I used to be a lot worse when I was a kid, but now it's just more if I have to do something, I'll get an attack, sort of like a panic attack. I haven't actually had a well, I guess I could say I had a couple of panic attacks, but it doesn't happen all the time. It's just, you know, every once in a great while I actually have something that could be considered a panic attack. But it's just you get really nervous and you get the pit in your stomach and it doesn't feel real good, and so you have to get out of the social situation. So most of my life I've stayed out of social situations, basically. I've had friends, and I've had a few friends, not very many friends, but because of that, basically because of that. And from what I understood, when I was real little, before I had the social anxiety, I think it's before I hit puberty, basically, hormonal changes, and then suddenly I'm scared of talking to people and stuff. But usually it's when I am doing something. I expect to perform. If I have to sign a check or something in front of somebody, I get real nervous, and my handwriting tends to be worse than it would be normally. And it can happen seemingly unexpectedly, without really any kind of real provocation for it. It's just my fight response, just like triggers for no apparent reason. Like when I see a stranger, or I have to do something with strangers. I'm perfectly fine going to the grocery store. I can talk to people sometimes with no problem. I can look people in the eye. I can talk on the phone, but I prefer not to talk on the phone because I'll get kind of nervous on the phone, that sort of thing. So most of my life I've been kind of avoiding social situations. So I'm sort of like an introvert in that I prefer to do things by myself, rather than with people or in front of people. So, anyways, so John Thomas is partially based on me a little bit, and so, and then that's where I put I was real nervous here in the notes here. So, okay. So where's the I was real nervous here? I was real nervous. Okay. My dad died in an accident when he lost his balance and fell off a roof. That's when me and my mother moved to Oregon. So it's not all like based on me. My dad's alive. My mom's fine. My parents were divorced when I was a kid, and so we moved with her. Okay, so my dad was stationed in Belgium in the Air Force, and then I guess I'm recording here. Am I recording? I can't see that because I can't see that. Yeah, I'm recording. Huh. Okay, well, whatever. So they got divorced when we came back to the States, and then I lived with my mom for a few short years in Georgia, and then we moved to our dad's, who was up in Washington when he was stationed up in Washington, and then he came back down to Oregon where he was born to take care of his parents, and so that's where I lived, and so we moved to Oregon when I was, I guess 12 or 13. It's about the same time. It's probably why I said that here. So I kind of based that partly on me, but so yeah. Okay, so that's the anyways, April 12th is my brother's birthday, so that's why I kind of put that in there. So I just took some aspects or whatever. Okay, so where are we at? Boy, at this rate, it'd probably be better if I just didn't do it on screen here, or at least that I didn't talk, because I'm not making very much progress. Okay, so in junior high, I was always too nervous to talk to girls. Okay, nervous to talk to girls, and that goes for me too, really. In fact, I was nervous anyway with people, but beautiful girls were the worst. I actually put worst. That doesn't seem right. I know worst, and then worst is like what, past tense or something. I don't know. I don't even know about English that much. I'm not very good at English, I guess. Mother being a librarian. My actual mom wasn't never a librarian, by the way. But this actually kind of goes back to a story where he gets a magic book, or one of my characters gets a magic book or something at a library. So this kind of falls in here. Let's see. I was always interested in fairy tales. Okay. Fairy tales. Or you might have heard the term fairy stories. In fact, when I when I watch anything that's like British or whatever, they would tend to call them fairy stories, and just but we call them fairy tales here, at least modern day in the U.S. or whatever here. But okay, so I would go to the library and read what? Read some kind of books. Read what I could, and also began writing myself. So John Thomas is wants to be a writer of fantasy, apparently. I knew I I can't even read. Okay, I knew I want to make a living writing fantasy, and I probably should have wrote wanted. Instead, I wrote want. I knew I wanted to write fantasy. I knew I wanted to make a living writing fantasy. Okay. So, and this sort of plays into his character later when he actually ends up going to a real Magic Kingdom here. Yeah, there's also a book that I read by Terry Brooks called Magic Kingdom for Sale Sold. Actually, my brother read it first, and so he was talking about how he liked it, and so I read it, and honestly, all the stuff that happened to the main character in that book just annoyed me. I was just annoyed because everything, all this bad stuff just kept happening nonstop in this book. And so I kind of liked it, but at the same time I kind of was annoyed that I never actually have read it since. But basically he's like a lawyer, and I think his wife dies in an accident, I think, unless I'm confusing that with something else. And then somehow he manages to he sees an ad or whatever for a Magic Kingdom that's for sale, and then I guess he buys it, or I guess he goes there to see about buying it, and then all this stuff happens to him, and so I was kind of I guess I was a little influenced by that. You know, the only similarities is the Magic Kingdom, and someone from our world goes into the deal. And so there's not really any other real inspiration other than that. Anyways, let's see. Eventually I graduated high school, just barely, and had a few good friends. Eventually I graduated high school. Eventually I just barely graduated high school and had a few real good friends. Okay, I guess high school is 2 words. I don't know. I always thought it was a 1 word, but whatever. In the U.S., high school is basically grades 9 through 12. So, you know, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior in high school. And then junior high is 7th and 8th grade. And then elementary school is like your kindergarten through 6th grade. And then you have pre-K, pre-kindergarten, or whatever. I don't know. That's how we do it. How it works here in the U.S. Okay, so okay. Just barely a few good friends. I went to work at the library with my mother. I went to work at the library with my mother. Okay. One fateful day, I stopped by the store to pick up my favorite chocolate bar. And typically here in the US we say candy bar, where you would say chocolate bar. And honestly, most candy bars are chocolate. Not all of them. Like a Payday is caramel and peanuts, and I don't know if it actually has chocolate on it. That's Payday. What about Baby Ruth? Baby Ruth is the same way. Anyways, so not all candy bars are chocolate bars, but I guess I said chocolate bar just because I wanted to use that language. Favorite chocolate bar? The Wonky Bar. Okay. Upon opening it, I noticed a silver ticket. But in reality, it was just a coupon for a free Wonky Bar. Okay. When I turned it into the man at the counter, who looked very old and wise, he gave me a free he gave me a bar, a free bar. When I stepped outside, I looked at the wrapper. It said enchanted chocolate. As I turned to go back into the store, the door was locked and the sign said closed. I pounded on the door, and I don't know why he would pound on the door. You know, I mean, other than the fact that it was closed so suddenly. I think if you encountered that, you would be like, huh? Like, thinking it was weird, but you wouldn't pound on the door. But no one came. So I shrugged and opened. So I shrugged and opened the bar and took a bite. What happened next can only be described as sheer fantasy. A swirling vortex appeared. Oh, it's probably 1L or something. Swirling, yeah. A swirling vortex appeared in front of me. In front of me. Okay, okay. And inside appeared to be the inside of a train car. The inside of a train, basically. In a move only to be found in my favorite fantasy novels. Now, I kind of like reading fantasy, but I'm not like this hardcore fantasy reader, so you know, I honestly don't know that much about them. You know, I've read a few series. I've read some of the Shannara novels, or Shannara, sorry, I guess that's how it's pronounced, by Terry Brooks. The Magic Kingdom for Sale, there's a couple of those. I read, obviously, Lord of the Rings, You know, Chronicles of Narnia when I was a kid. What else? You know, you could almost count them on both of my hands, obviously, but only I haven't read that many. So this is just this character, John Thomas, is a fantasy nut. So that's the perspective I'm writing from, though, in here. Okay, so I stepped through. I stepped through. So I guess the idea is he sees this fantastic sight, and then he decides to go ahead and step through it. Why? Because that's what he's into, and he's like, oh, this is cool, or something. Okay. Nobody seemed to notice me except a very old man that looked familiar. Let's see here. Let's see if I can prop. I know you can't see me doing it, but I'm trying to prop up the page so I can finish typing the rest of this. Here, I guess I can just like lay it down like right next on the keyboard here. Let's see. Nobody seemed to notice me except for a very old man that looked familiar. Just then, a very small man got up in front of me. Then a very small. It's small. Okay, I'm gonna be describe a little bit extra. Rotund. A small, rotund little man, and I know small and little is a little bit redundant, but I'm just saying it as like somebody would say it, right? Got up in front of me. Walked to the front of the car, and put a device on the wall and returned to his seat. Okay, let's go on. Now we're on to page 2. Let's see, what time is it? It's 1:54. It's almost 2 o'clock, huh? So I've almost been here 2 hours. I haven't typed for 2 hours, but I've almost been here for 2 hours. Okay. Huh. Okay, let's see. Just give me a second. I know you can't see me, but I'm just I'm trying to lean this up. I'm going to shrink this a little bit because I'm now propping up the page on my keyboard, like right above, like in between the top row keys and the numpad. Anyways, return to his seat. He had a device, and he had a device in his hand that looked similar to the one he put on the wall. Okay. When he activated it, and the car started spinning wildly. Okay. If this was a train before, I don't know what it was now. Because at this point, he's inside, it looks like a train car, and now it's spinning around and throwing everybody around. Okay. Let's see. Then the little man dressed in green with a pointed hat pointed hat messed with the device again. Let's see, mess with the device again, and it stopped spinning. and seemed instead to drop nose first. In other words, the room was tilted. Maybe I should say that because the idea is it's from his perspective. He doesn't know what he's actually standing in or looking in. And I also didn't say. Let's see. And inside, let's see. And inside there was what appeared to be the inside of a train car. I stepped through. The vortex closed behind me, but nobody seemed to notice. And I'll instead say, except a very old man that looked familiar. Just then, a small, rotund little man got up in front of me. He walked to the front of the car, put a device on the wall, and returned to his seat. He had a device in his hand, looked similar to the one he put on the wall. When he activated, the car started spinning wildly. If this was a train before, I said train car. Okay. If this was a train before, I don't know what it was. Okay. If this was a train before, I don't know what it is now. Then the little man dressed in green with a pointed hat messed with the device again, and it stopped spinning and instead seemed to drop front. Seemed to tilt forward. Okay. There. We're saying dropped, but he's going to say tilt forward because this is like from his perspective, right? He doesn't know what he's in. He doesn't know what's going on. Okay. He managed to make his way to a seat in which sat what looked to be royalty. Okay, so what looked make his way to a seat. Hold on. Made his way to a seat. Which sat a very young, beautiful woman. He doesn't know that she's royalty, so, and I put that in there. I'm just rewriting it here. Very young, beautiful woman. Very beautiful woman, which looked to be about his age. But there was something different about her, as if she were royalty. There, we'll do it like that. He kind of senses that there's something a little bit different about this young lady, which looked to be about my age here, because we're doing this from his perspective, right? It's a point of view, right? First person. See, he managed to make which looked to be about my age. There's something different about her, as if she were royalty. Okay, there we go. Okay. The little rotund man sprinkled some dust, sprinkled some what looked like glitter. I'll say glitter because it's like pixie dust, right? On top of her, and she fell into a deep sleep. Okay. let's see. She fell instantly into a deep sleep. Instantly. So, okay, so like I said, if anybody is still listening or watching, obviously you're probably not watching by now because there's not much to see other than me typing, but you can tell if you're just listening that I'm not doing that much here. I guess this is stuff I have to do, and so yeah, and I'm recording. I guess I'll be recording most of this, except for when if I take a break. In fact, I might take a break here when I'm done with John Thomas here. So basically, this is the point of view of the characters up until the point that we're introduced to the story. So she instantly fell into a deep sleep. The small man managed to heft her up over his shoulder, while the young lady did not appear very large. She was of standard human height and about average light weight. Let's see. I didn't want to. Okay, so this little guy manages to take a woman. Now I didn't say what age he was. So he's like either he's like 19 or something. I forget what age I made him, but I didn't actually put that into the story or into any of this notes. Well, maybe I did the other notes, but anyways, okay, so the small man then proceeded to heft her over his shoulder like she was a feather, even though she was she looked like a standard human female. Okay, I guess the idea is that he's stronger than he looks. I guess he's really short and small, and I guess I can tell this because I'm going to be saying spoilers anyways. But he is a gnome, and I have gnomes and dwarves in my deal, and they're actually commonly at war with each other. Gnomes are greedy. They're a little bit smaller than dwarves. They basically only get what they can steal. Dwarves are, of course, dwarves are typical dwarves that you find in any fantasy setting, Lord of the Rings or whatever. Or even like something like Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. And they like to mine stuff, and in fact, that's one of the things you can do in Enchanted Lands is you can go there and mine gems with the dwarves. Dwarves of fame, I guess. I don't know if they're. I don't think I made them like Seven Dwarves or anything like that. Maybe I could do that as sort of a nod to the fairy tale. Not to any movies or anything like that, but just the story, the Grimm's fairy tale of Snow White. But anyways, okay. Even though she looked like a standard human female. perhaps a bit on the small side, as a lot of females are. There, because I didn't want to say, I wanted to say she wasn't heavy, or she wouldn't have been normally heavy, like she's not fat or big or anything like that. But just compared to this little guy who's like really little, and gnomes are shorter than dwarves here. Anyways, let's see. Okay, so sling over shoulder and opened the door and jumped out. Okay. He then went to a door in the side of the car and jumped out. Okay, and okay. Okay, so what was I going to put here before? I have my notes, but then there's something else I was going to put here, and jumped out. So it was apparent that we were in the air in some sort of flying vehicle. Okay. So all the tumbling and stuff, and when he opened the door, he realized they were actually in the air. Okay. Just then, the train, started going all screwy, but we'll say just then the train started spinning uncontrollably. Began spinning and rocking in multiple directions. When I fell forward, rolled to the front, when I fell forward, rolled to the front, and hit my head. Okay. I was unconscious. Okay. Fell and hit my head. That's all I remember before waking up outside in a forest that seemed like winter had stolen its leaves, but the air was warm, and but the air was warm. Okay, this should be a new thought. When I surveyed everything, I noticed that we were indeed in a train. However, as implausible as it might have been, it was apparently a flying train. As all the cars were strewn about the wood, as well as bags and various luggage, and various people and creatures were also just recovering from what just happened. Okay. This was where my journey began, and I will write more later. And of course, the more later, the idea is he just kind of wrote this in a journal or something, because it's just so fantastic he had to write it down. And maybe because he was interested in writing, maybe that's what he was trained to do, was to like log everything down that happened to him. So there won't be more later. It will be the game that's more later. Although a thought just occurred to me that maybe here, let's see, hold on a second. A thought occurred to me that maybe he's writing a book. Actually, you remember how in The Hobbit, Bilbo is writing his memoirs, there and back again and all that stuff, and then so he tells you the story. At least in the movie, I think he did that in the book though too. In the Hobbit book, he might have done that. I'm not sure, but so. Okay, so let's go back to this. So, a thought just occurred to me that maybe in the game or in the story, he could be writing a book. Maybe that could be the save system, the save game system. That sounds kind of interesting. That he's journaling. He's journaling his entry into Enchanted Lands and what's happened to him there. And so you could kind of go. Like you're reading a logbook, or like you're reading his book about what happened to him. Anyways, that being said, I guess now that took me an hour, and let's see how long the recording is. The recording is 44 minutes, so it took me 45 minutes to type this up and talk. Well, 44 minutes for the whole recording anyways, but yeah, so that's why I said this was going to be kind of boring. So okay, so the idea of the streams, I was going to stream before, until some people suggested that I start streaming. Before I was just going to I was going to write story, do drawings. In fact, you'll see me doing some drawings later. You might see me going through tutorials, although I tried to do that before when I was trying to log stuff, and I didn't make any progress on my game. So I might not do the tutorial thing because that still would be boring. This is boring too, though. So I guess apologies. I don't know. I don't know if the apology is warranted, because if you want to listen to it or want to watch it, that's your business. I'm not forcing you to do it or whatever. In fact, I'm suggesting maybe you want to skip it, which is okay. It's okay if you skip it. In fact, really, I was going to base my YouTube stuff on the updates to the game. The updates that I would make to the game after I edited the footage. And then, like some friends suggested, that I stream. And I'm going, well, since I'm just going to be like recording what I'm doing anyways, I might as well stream it. Maybe somebody will watch it and they'll be interested in it. Who knows? In any case, thanks for watching so far. And what I might do, well, I was thinking about putting it into ChatGPT to help me synthesize things. So I'll say, come up the locations, all the locations, what looks like separate locations in my notes that I've already written, and like list them out for me, and then make. I was thinking about actually letting it make a narrative that I could have it make the Choose Your Own Adventure game in only as many screens as there are locations, based on my notes. And then, granted, it would be writing it, but also it would probably do an okay job, because it can make stories. And since I already really have the story written down in my thing. It'll be following my writing, so it won't be exactly like the AI just did it all by itself, because it didn't. I actually have my notes in here, so I'm still going to do that. But I was going to do a part, and then I was going to feed it into ChatGPT. But I think I want to wait till I do all my notes to do that. So I'm going to take a break here in a few minutes, and just so I can stretch my legs. And when I come back, maybe I'll try to figure out something else to do that isn't the writing, because the writing part here is, I guess, kind of boring. I don't know, unless people start saying, no, this is interesting, even if you're just reading out what you already wrote, it's still kind of interesting to listen to. In which case, I'll continue doing this for the rest of the stream, and the rest of the streams until I'm completely done with entering in these notes. Or I might enter the rest of the notes offline, but still fill the rest of today with entering these notes. So at most, I could probably only get 2 or 3. Maybe I can get 4 characters done. Maybe by the time I'm done with the stream, I don't know. Maybe not. It depends. I mean, I got to be faster than that. I could type okay. So maybe I'll try to go faster next after the break. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna turn on the please wait sign, and I'm gonna cut my mic audio, and then I will see you in about 10 minutes, maybe less, could be more, but probably less. So thanks here, and I'll cut my mic here for those few minutes. Thanks for watching so far, or listening so far, and thanks for if you just did a little bit, and maybe you're not even hearing me now because you're not listening now, and somehow see it later. Still, thanks anyways for watching or listening this far. And I'll be back in about 10 minutes, or give or take. And so yeah, mic is cutting off now. Okay, so I am coming back. Okay, so let's go. Okay. Let's pull this guy back up, and here. Let's see if I get this right. Yes, I got it right. Okay, well, I'm still just typing here, and okay, let's minimize this, especially because I gotta be able to minimize that. Let's minimize everything that we can minimize. Okay, that's okay, whatever that window is, folder, I think. Okay, so the first thing that I typed in, OBS Studio disconnected, reconnection successful. I wonder what causes it to do that, and when it does it. That's kind of why I put an actual video in my please wait background, so that so it would actually have some video to pass through there, because I think if you stopped and just had like an image or something and no audio, then eventually it would kind of drop out. I think I've had it happen to me, although maybe that's just not something that actually happens. Maybe it's just I think it happens. Okay, so basically I had John Thomas kind of writes his own backstory, and up to the moment where he's drawn into Enchanted Lands, into the story. So next one we're going to do is I won't say his original name, but we'll call him Hubert, because that's what I named him on the first. Okay, so we'll start Hubert halfway. And actually, what did I do up here? John. Okay, so I just had a dash. Okay, Hubert halfway. Okay, so this is from his point of view, and let's see how far we get, and let's see if I can do it kind of quick. Oh yeah, I need to start recording. Okay. More than likely, I'll just use this as a sort of a B-roll. I'll just sort of talk over it while having it sped up or whatever. The video will be sped up by me just typing all the stuff in real quick, and I'll say this is what I got done. And then I still got, you know, I got like many more. I got anyways, I've got many more pages to actually type in, so that's going to be a lot of typing, and so I may not type this whole thing in. I'm just partly doing this on screen because I'm just showing what I'm doing, for one thing. And the other thing is like I said, later on I'll use it for I'll use it like, it'll be like sped up. It'll act like a time lapse, and that way when I talk over, when I do my update videos, I said, well, I did this, I wrote this, you know, part of my notes in, and this is what I did, and I have to type this anyway, so I might as well stream it, and then you'll get to hear some of the characters, a little bit of their backstory. So let's start with Hubert. As I start my memoirs, I must warn you. Okay, I must warn you, you fair reader, that as an old man and a halfway wizard. Yeah, let's put a dash in there. Halfway wizard. That okay. that I tend to be long-winded. It all started when I met this young man whom I sold a wonky bar to. And if you haven't been wonky bar to, disguised as a merchant in his realm. Okay, so in the before my long, stupid hour-long break, I typed in my notes for John Thomas. So John Thomas, stolen. Okay. Anyways, what? Anyways, so John Thomas is the main character, or the first character, because I might have several main characters. But so John Thomas is the guy we start with, and he's in our world, and so he stops at a store on his way home, and he buys his favorite chocolate bar called the Wonky Bar. And yeah, you know what it sounds like, anyways. And he gets a silver ticket, and it turns out to just to be a coupon. So he takes the coupon and goes back into the store, and this old man behind the counter gives him a free chocolate bar. And then he steps out, and then he starts eating the candy bar, and then the vortex opens, and he steps in what appears to be the inside of a train car, where a small little elf-like creature. He's small and fat. He goes over, he puts a device on the wall, and then he manipulates this device in his hand that's similar to the one on the wall, and it starts making the room tumble and turn and stuff. And then then he does something else on the device, and then it seems to start dropping. And but he before anything bad happens, he manages to make it to a seat where this young lady's there. He sprinkles some sort of like pixie dust, like the way I wrote it, it looks like glitter, right? Because it sparkles and stuff, right? And it instantly makes this young lady fall asleep. He hoists her over his shoulder. Then he jumps out of the door on the side, and it appears that they're in air. And then John Thomas blacks out as he hits his head because of all the tumbling. And when he wakes up, he's in this forest with these trees with no leaves on it. Like, it looks like winter, but it's warm. And he finds out that he was actually on a flying train, and like the train car's luggage and creatures and people are scattered all over the countryside. And when he comes to, he meets this wizard, and that's where his story starts. And now we're going to the wizard here, and we're starting where he starts. So he's actually the guy that sold him the candy bar. Okay, so now that we got that, I spell it wonky with an E, and actual word is, so wonky, that's okay. Okay, let's see something here. It's kind of a play on words, anyways. But here, let's see something here. Define wonky: shaky or unsteady, out of alignment, crooked, not functioning properly or normally. Right. Okay, so maybe I will change the spelling to the actual proper spelling of the word, but okay, this is my to-do list, anyways. So the idea here is he sells him this Benny Wonky candy bar. Benny Wonky Candy Company, yeah, you know, Willy Wonka. It's supposed to be a little play on words, and it's supposed to be kind of like a little nod or a parody, or whatever you want to call it. So the Wonky Bar is his chocolate bar, and then and the wizard is selling it to him. Okay, disguised as a merchant in his realm. Let's see. Okay, but before we get to that, I must back up a bit. Now, keep in mind, this is from Hubert's perspective. So I'm doing this in the first person. So these all are all going to be in the first persons here. Must back up a bit. Okay, let me turn this page over. You see, the trouble started with the news that the resort was closing. Wait. Before I tell you that, I should mention that before becoming Hubert halfway, I can't use this joke now. Okay, so I'll go ahead and say it because it really doesn't matter that much what his original name was. His original name was Harold, and I suppose it's because the Harry Potter movies were out at the time, 2005. 3 or 4 have been out already, maybe. I don't remember the exact years that they came out, but so at least 3 or 4 had been come out. So I suppose Harry was in my mind. I didn't really do it on purpose, but I suppose that's what caused it. That's why I changed it later. And so, okay, so the way I wrote this is before before becoming Harold Halfway, I was a great and powerful wizard. I wasn't originally called Halfway, but my last name was, shall we say, not legally perfect. It started with a P and rhymed with hotter, but that is unimportant. Now, the funny thing is you may never have seen that in the game. He would have just been called Harold, and I'm not sure I should call him Harold just because of the obvious association. You know, I mean, so it was Harold Halfway because of what I'll say in what's in my notes and stuff. I'll tell it a little bit later. But so I renamed him Hubert, and I guess I can't really use that joke. Or I could make him Harold and do it anyways. And you know, it's kind of like, okay, so I called the as sort of a just as sort of parody kind of. I called the bar a Benny Wonky bar instead of a Wonka chocolate bar, and then he gets a silver ticket instead of a gold ticket, and it's supposed to be, you know, tongue in cheek and stuff. But the Harold thing, for some reason, I'm thinking partly because it's newer, and partly because I don't know, because I didn't intend that as a joke, but once I remembered that Harold and Harry are kind of the same name, I went, oh, I could use that as a joke maybe. And so for right now it's going to be Hubert, and I guess I won't type in this part. Before I tell you that, I should mention that before becoming Hubert Halfway, I had a different last name. Let's see. And then I'll just kind of go from there without saying the joke. It's not really that important, anyways. Had a different last name, but that's not important. But that's unimportant. But that's not important to you. What is important? Okay, where am I going? Where is it at? What is important is that I have only half of my magic, and to get to that story, half of my magic, and to get to that story, I need to tell you a few things about wizards and love. However, you may wish to know my background. However, you may wish to know my background. Okay. Wizards are born of magic and love. Basically, after marriage, we cast a spell together. Literally. Okay. So I'm not trying to make this as some euphemism for sex or anything like that. I'm just saying what they do, and because of what happened, I'm also I also was thinking. Okay, so I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler right away. You'll probably hear all these spoilers ad nauseum before I'm completely done here, but there was this enchantress that he had gotten together with, and now originally I was going to do a thing where he got divorced, and she took half of his magic, you know, because I was thinking of how divorce works in the U.S., where usually the wife gets half of the assets of her husband, unless they have like a prenuptial agreement or something. And so I was thinking that in my head. I was thinking that they cast a spell together, and she literally takes half of his magic, and that was why I was thinking about divorce. Not that I really wanted to put divorce in, because first is comedy fantasy. It's all ages, and even though divorce is not specifically a taboo subject, I was just like, I don't know if I really want to go there, because this is not, you know, this is, and we're not supposed to really reflect reality much in this anyways. It's just supposed to be something fun that everybody likes and enjoys. So I might not do the divorce thing. What I might do instead is, because the way it sounds like a voluntary thing. In other words, when I wrote it down and I'll read it back, I'm thinking it sounds voluntary. So maybe the idea is that it's a tradition to share a spell with your wife, or with your wife after you're married. But in this case, somehow she got him to do it beforehand, and then she took it away. That way I can avoid the whole divorce thing. It's not like it's like really supremely bad, but it's just something I'm staying away from. And if you know anything about the Bible, God said He hated divorce, and divorce is really not good for anybody. And it used to be, you know, this no-fault divorce thing where you could just marry somebody and then you could just divorce them. Used to not be a thing. It used to be that they'd stay together. And I know some of you have views on, you know, whether divorce is good or not, but in reality, it tears families apart, and it's not necessarily good. Not that you can't have some good come out of it, or you can't be friends or whatever, but it's just a thing. Being a Christian, knowing that he hates divorce, and knowing my parents divorced, and I didn't really like the divorce, and I don't like the idea of divorce. That isn't to say that I'm not fallible, and if I got married, that I would never get a divorce. I try to make sure that I didn't do that, but that doesn't mean that, you know, I'm human, so, you know, all kinds of things can happen. But so the point is this is what's kind of informing my view of not going ahead and putting the divorce thing into my story, which is just a fantasy comedy story that for all ages, and you don't want to think about, just like not wanting to think about politics, not wanting to have politics in your movies, like they do in a lot of stuff. It's kind of the same thing. I don't want to put kind of the stuff which can be bad. And even if you're completely fine with divorce, no fault divorce and whatever, you would probably say that it's still not a good thing. Like, you should avoid divorce. You should find a way of avoiding divorce, and you should find a way of working out your problems with your spouse. But that being said, let's get to the thing where basically after marriage you cast a spell together, literally. And I think what I'm going to go with is I'm going to go with basically after marriage there's a tradition where we wizards and our mates will cast a spell together. Okay, so let's see. Now, basically after marriage we cast a spell together, literally, and then after the usual, a baby is born. I was born to 2 living parents. Okay, I'm sure you're not interested in that. What you'll be interested to know is that I am instrumental in making the Enchanted Lands Resort a resort. I suggested to the king that taxes do not a happy kingdom make, and that the real money is in tourism. And with that, we started the Enchanted Lands Magical Resort for the fabulously wealthy. Okay, let's fast forward a bit to there was a great young wizard. Okay, so I didn't even really go that much into that. Okay, so and then okay, so I'll say it like this, and then the usual happens, like babies. Okay, I was born to 2 loving parents. But I'm sure you're not interested in that. What you will be interested to know is that I was instrumental in turning Enchanted Lands magical resort into, well, a resort. Of course, it wasn't originally called Enchanted Lands Magical Resort. It was the Enchanted Kingdom. Oh. Enchanted. I don't know if Enchanted Kingdom is copyrighted. It's just something Okay, so he's sort of long-winded, so it's like, basically after marriage is a tradition where we wizards and our mates will cast a spell together, literally, and then, the usual happens, like babies. I was born to 2 living parents, but I'm sure you're not interested in that. What you will be interested to know is that I was instrumental in turning Magical Lands Magical Resort into a resort. Of course, it wasn't originally called Enchanted Lands Magical Resort. It was the Enchanted Kingdom. Okay. Let's see. Hey, I can see my cursor through my paper. That's pretty good. It's showing up pretty well. Let's go down. We'll be interested in resort suggested the king. Okay. I had suggested to the king that taxes do not a happy kingdom make. Hey, if I ever decide to start doing merch, you know, I was thinking about all this stuff, like, you know, even before actually having the game done or making it, I was just thinking, you know, I could start making merch as early as I have actual designs for, like, the characters or the logos or whatever. For instance, Scarborough Fried Chicken, you know, I could have hats and mugs. The Enchanted Lands Magical Resort mugs, right, and things. So I could have a bunch of stuff out before the actual game is, you know, and I know you'd be kind of going, like, in your head, like, just make the game. You make the game first, and then worry about all that stuff afterward. But, you know, my mind just kind of spins and starts doing this. Oh, I could do this, and I could do this, and we could have a wonky bar. I could have a wonky bar made, like go to a chocolate company and with my design and have them go and sell it, and then you know, I could put it on a website for people to buy even before the game comes out. You know, I mean, it'd be kind of cool, anyways. If the game never came out, it never came out. Well, you know, whatever, right? Yeah, you have a candy bar, you can eat the candy bar. You have a coffee mug, you can use a coffee mug or wear a hat, whatever. But anyways, I was just thinking, you know, you could do that. So like this, taxes do not happy kingdom make, you know, and I could put dash Hebert halfway, and then I could have the design of like the administration castle. And the reason I call it the administration castle is it's where the whole resort is run from the castle. It was actually the real actual castle of the land where the king lived, right, and ruled, but they turned a lot of the rooms into a bunch of our offices, and so now they run resort operations like, you know, the hotels and restaurant concessions and you know, the tickets and, you know, printing out stuff and all this you know, all that stuff that really makes a theme park run, right? Because in reality, this is sort of parodying a theme park, except for it's a real Magic Kingdom in my story, instead of a fake, you know, made up one like we have Disney World here. Instead, it's an actual Magic Kingdom in my story. Okay, so taxes do not a happy kingdom make, and that could be a bumper sticker or a shirt logo. Okay. Where's it at? And that the real money is in tourism. Okay. That the real money is in tourism. Okay. And with that, we started the Enchanted Lands Magical Resort for the how about ridiculously wealthy? Ridiculously wealthy. Okay, let's fast forward a bit. Let's fast forward a bit. There was a great young wizard named Maximilian. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Maximilian will be the... Okay, so... Alright. You'll probably learn all this later, but... okay, so the main villain, his name is Maximilian Spell. Okay, and you might kind of get where I got the last name from. It rhymes with a famous was he German? I don't know if he was German or not. Actor. I think he was German. Anyways, that rhymes with spell, and so a little tongue in cheek, Maximilian Spell. Obviously, you wouldn't have that as a real name. Although Spellman, like, okay, so remember Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and I mean the '90s one with what's her face? That was on TV, the sitcom. Anyways, I can't really remember these names of these things anymore. So her last name is Spellman in that. I guess maybe in the comic too. So, and I'm not talking about that new whatever Netflix dealy crap, the new woke crap. I say it's woke because I think it gets into like some real witchcraft and stuff, junk like that, or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I've never watched it. I'm never going to watch it. I was just trying to talk about the last name Spellman because she's a witch. They named her Spellman, Sabrina Spellman, and so. But I think Spellman is not. I think that might even be a real name though, an actual name called Spellman. So, Maximilian Spell could be a real name. I don't know, but I did a play on words because he's a wizard. He's an evil wizard. Okay, so let's get back to the story, right? Because I'm wasting time here. Okay, let's fast forward a bit. A great young wizard named Maximilian, and he decided it was a great idea to enslave people to work in his quicksilver mines. Okay. And he decided it was a great idea to enslave people to work his quicksilver mines. Now, I guess quicksilver. Maybe I should switch wonky to wonky like that. It's just like Wonka, except for it's a Y instead of an A. Maybe that might be better just to do it anyway in that, because wonky just looks wonky, doesn't it? And what's funny to me about wonky is I know what it is and what it means, but I think I've only really heard like Brits like use the word wonky to describe things before. I don't think Americans tend to use that word very much. But anyways, that's not really important, but it's just kind of an aside there. It's just kind of an interesting thing that I thought was interesting. Okay, so to work in his quicksilver mines. Okay, so now I might have described what quicksilver is over here, but maybe I didn't. Okay, so basically, okay, so the idea is, you'll hear a term I called the sunny nexus of worlds, and all I meant it was just that it's a place where different portals from different worlds, different realms can actually come and into enchanted lands. And so the idea is that this nexus was originally made of quicksilver, like pure quicksilver. Okay, so quicksilver is basically a mineral that they mine. It's a metal that's magic. Okay, and it's what runs basically all the magic in the lands. So magic mirrors, lights. It's the way you get into and out of enchanted lands. In other words, if you don't have any quicksilver on your person, you cannot get into enchanted lands. So that's why Hubert gives John the silver ticket. The silver ticket is actually, and that's the other thing that I did. I had a deal where it makes it funny. It's a silver ticket, right? Just like the golden ticket that Charlie receives to the chocolate factory, but then when he looks at it close, it turns out to just be a coupon. It's a silver coupon for a free candy bar, and so he gets this free candy bar. But the one thing that I didn't think about is if he takes the coupon, then he won't have the Quicksilver on his person, and that's part of my logic of my story. So my logic of my story is you gotta have that piece of Quicksilver on your person in order to get into Enchanted Lands. So maybe, perhaps, even though he gives him the coupon, maybe Hubert does not take the coupon, but just gives it back to him so that he can keep it. And maybe that's a thing that I should put in a note somewhere. Uh, if I can remember it. Let's see. Big favorite Wonky Bar. Upon opening, I noticed a silver ticket, but in reality, it was just a coupon for a free Wonky Bar. When I turned it in the man counter, look, oh, why gave me a free bar, but also gave me back my coupon. Okay, so that kind of solves that. So basically, now he's got the Quicksilver on him now. Okay. Anyways, so let's actually go on with the story here, with what I'm typing up here. Okay, so Hubert is telling his story here up until what happens, up until he sells this candy bar to John. Okay. So Maximilian decided it was a great idea to enslave people to work his Quicksilver mines. Well, that didn't go over too well, as you can imagine. So, as punishment, he was banished. Banished. So, as punishment, he was banished. Now, one could hope that was the end of the story. But unfortunately, it was not. If I start going into a really bad accent of some sort, it's just because I'm getting into my story here. We Americans tend to think of fantasy like British, because we're thinking medieval, we're thinking like Lord of the Rings, we're thinking not that you can't have fantasy where people talk with American accents, but to us it kind of sounds normal. So, and we like hearing like foreign accents, and so so they tend to be British more than not. So Hubert is probably going to have this kind of pseudo British whatever. Depends on who I get for voice acting. If I ever get that far, if I get to a point of where we're doing voice acting, I might get some British dude, or anyone from the UK to actually voice Harold. Of course, John lives in Pinedale, Arizona, lives now in Oregon, which means he's going to sound American. But Hubert is not. So, anyways, I might duck into some crappy accent every once in a while. So be warned. Okay. But it was not. This brings me to the point about Wizards in Love. About Wizards in Love. Okay. You see, when we marry for love, we share everything, including our magic. And there she was. After Maximilian was banished. The most beautiful woman and enchantress. Huh? I should learn how to do a proper English accent, because I like English accents pretty good. Let's see. Oh. The most beautiful woman, not and enchantress, an enchantress. Enchantress. Okay. An enchantress I'd ever seen entered my life. She was wonderful. Whoop. Magical and beautiful. I already typed in beautiful, but okay. I'll just leave that as is. It doesn't matter because nobody's going to see this particular text anyways. We were about to get married, and I said we get married. I actually have that in my handwritten notes, but I think I'm not going to go with that, so we were about to get married. But she, let's see, she, shall we say, commits me to share our magic before we got married. That was the most terrible mistake I had ever made in my life. Now, as a consequence of this, I just thought of something else, which, again, I'll probably mention it several more times. I'm Christian. I'm conservative. Okay, so because of this change I made to say that they didn't get married and they didn't get divorced, they share their magic, and by making it a tradition that they share their magic after they get married, but instead she convinces them to do it before they get married, which is sort of like convincing. There's kind of a double meaning, like a hidden meaning, right? It's like I decided to have sex before marriage and it was terrible. You know, I'm not really saying that. I'm not really thinking that, but the thought just occurred to my mind that could work as a sort of a metaphor that he made this mistake in sharing his magic with her. You know, hint hint. Anyways, this is not even going to appear in the game, although there might be some things said about what happened, like he traditionally gave his magic away and stuff. Maybe we'll be able to exposit that through gameplay somehow, maybe. All these characters' backstories, we'll have to find a way of being able to tell the player the backstory through the puzzles and through the game itself, maybe without actually telling them. You know that old adage, show don't tell, and then this is play don't show, play don't tell, whatever. In other words, allow you to play something rather than just show it. Because people are there to play a game, and honestly, to tell you the truth, I like watching the cutscenes. I liked having cutscenes in my game. In fact, even in non-adventure games or non-narrative type games, I like watching the cutscenes. I mean, I just do. I don't care if they're long. Now, granted, if I'm into something and I'm playing it, if it's an FPS and If it was too long, maybe might get annoyed because I want to get to playing. Okay, I understand that, especially for an action game. But um, I'm of the opinion that cutscenes aren't unnecessary, and that you shouldn't necessarily be able to skip them. I mean, you can. I get it. When you're playing an action game, you don't want the stupid cutscenes to bog you down. In fact, you're not even that interested in the story. Although, if they reveal the story while you're playing, that's a good thing. But in these, you'll like to watch it, and it always annoyed me when people skipped cutscenes because at least the first time, because maybe I wanted to see it, or maybe maybe there's some information in there. In fact, maybe when I do cutscenes, I'm going to make sure that there's information. I'm going to make sure that the first time maybe you can't bypass it. You can bypass it afterwards, after you've seen it. Well, if there's something that's recurring, so maybe you don't bypass it. Maybe I don't let you, or something. Or maybe I just let you anyways because people still like to do it because maybe they played it before and they don't need to rewatch the same cutscene over again. And then my whole thing about cutscenes are going to be that they're not too long, anyways. Like they shouldn't be. I don't think they still should be super long though, because you still want to get to the game and stuff. But it's part of the game, especially narrative games, especially like adventure games. In fact, I don't know if any of you have ever played or remember it. See, I was, let's see, I was 10 in 1985 because I was born in 75, so in 85 I was 10. In 1990 I was 15. So I'm playing these games from 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, the adventure games, when adventure games were big. And I'm guessing it's about right around 89 is when we bought our first computer game. And I think it was King's Quest 4. King's Quest 4, The Perils of Rosella. And they, on their box, they touted they had this 10-minute long intro scene, like it was a feature. It was an actual feature because back then that was pretty impressive. I mean, back then graphics were chunky and few colors, and weren't able to do everything we can do now, any visual you wanted. So they had strict limitations. So when you looked on the shelves, you went, oh wow, this has a 10-minute long animated intro, this will be cool to watch. And you watch it and it's pretty long. I don't remember if you could skip through it or not. You could skip through it, maybe because maybe you played it already once or whatever. But that used to be a thing, and now we have even shorter attention spans. So now just everybody has to, you have to get to it quick, and you can't have it for too long, or it's But I really like the cutscenes. In fact, what I'm planning to do in my game is the cutscenes are going to start out short, and then I can't remember. Well, no, they're going to start out short and they're going to get longer. So by the end, you'll have kind of a satisfying. You have a satisfying end scene. So the cutscenes is sort of like a reward. It's a reward for getting through the puzzles and solving the mystery, and then you get to a plot point, and so that's essentially your reward is the cutscene. Like I said, they won't be too long, but they'll be longer towards the end, right? So, anyways, I don't know why I went off on that, but I don't know why I was talking about cutscenes, so. I guess because I'm talking about the exposition and stuff. Anyways, let's get back to the thing. You know the thing. Okay, that was the most terrible mistake I ever made in my life, because that was when she turned into another person altogether. Violet, as she was called, started acting very strange. Cold to me. Making demands. Making demands. Very strange. Here, I'll do it like this, comma. Cold to me. And making demands instead of requests. Okay. Then one day she left me. This is when things started to go awry. I would cast spells which would only do things partially or halfway. For instance, I would cast a spell for breakfast because I didn't want to make it the old-fashioned way. But instead of 2 eggs and a glass of orange juice, darn it, instead of 2 eggs and a glass of orange juice, I'd get 1 egg and a half a glass. And when I say half a glass, I mean half of the glass. Sometimes it was the top, and sometimes it was the bottom. Would make a big mess, I can tell you. And this is the stuff I just added up here because all I just said was, for instance, I would cast a spell for breakfast, but instead of 2 eggs and a glass of orange juice, I'd get 1 egg and half a glass. You know, but I added this extra stuff to make it funny. In fact, I might even show it in one part. It'll kind of depend here. And actually, I'm planning on integrating that into the puzzles. So the puzzles will require him to only be able to do half anyways. I might enchant a broom to sweep the floor, but it only does half of the floor. The problem isn't that okay. The problem isn't that I gave half of my magic away with my heart, but that this halfway problem is caused by my what did he say? Girlfriend? Girlfriend sounds too common, you know, and I don't like the term significant other because that sounds doesn't sound right to me. Okay, what beloved? Okay, beloved. Or betrothed, but I had them say that they were set to be married. We're about. Oh, how about betrothed though? Betrothed. Caused by my betrothed. Is caught. What I say was caused because we're past tense. Was caused by my betrothed giving her magic to someone else. Okay. So that's why I changed my last name to Halfway. So here we are. So here we are. The king started acting strange. Flip over. Okay. And subsequently closed most of the main magical schools. Under the ridiculous where's ridiculous pretense that they were not making enough money. One day when strolling about the courtyard of the administration castle, I heard a familiar voice. A most lovely and yet wicked. I think it said wicked. Yep. Wicked voice. It was Violet. You see, enchantresses enchantresses can be where'd it go? Can be both wicked and lovely. However, one could argue that women in general could be both wicked and lovely, but that's neither here nor there. And keep in mind, I was just doing this from their point of view, from the character's point of view, so, and that I really wasn't meaning for anybody to read this or to hear this. Not that I am not intending for anybody listening to my stream to actually be hearing it. I just mean, even though I'm using this kind of language and stuff in here, that it's just so I can have sort of, so you can have the kind of the backstory, and you can have kind of the character. His character is that he's really long-winded, and he takes a while, and that he's really fiery in his language, right? So that's part of his character. Okay. That's neither here nor there. Back to the account. Basically, she was sweet talking another man. The man was somehow familiar, but I still didn't recognize, still couldn't, wait, I still couldn't tell how. Okay. So, actually I said, but I still couldn't recognize him, but I still couldn't recognize the voice. I still couldn't recognize it. Man was somehow familiar, but I still couldn't tell how. Okay. She was, okay, she was what? What was she doing? Praising his supposed plan. Something about the king and closing the schools. Boy, I do lots of typos here. Praising his supposed plan. Nope. Praising. What? Oh. Praising something about the king and closing the schools. I tried to speak to the king about it, but he only shrugged it off. This man named Max Millions, I wonder who that could be, came in with his company Enchanted Limited and bought up all of Enchanted Holdings. Talk about a hostile takeover. Well, it wasn't really hostile, but still, I knew I had to get help at once. So I went to the realm of round world. I don't know if I just couldn't think up of anything, but we'll say what our realm is later, which you call Earth, to find someone to help me save the land. That's when I stumbled upon John Thomas. Okay. His father had died in a careless accident. He also didn't have many friends and nor a girlfriend. Okay. Alright. Now we're on to the next page. Ooh. Yeah, we're probably taking too long. I guess I take too long. I told you it would be kind of boring though. Hey, but at least you have stuff to listen to anyways, right? Maybe I should kind of like the on hold music. Maybe I should get some sort of background music, some sort of CC0 or like public domain or something music that would kind of fit. So while I was doing this boring stuff, I put it kind of low behind my voice, and maybe that would make it a little bit more interesting. Who knows? Anyways, and to my Hey, girl fiend. It's a girl fiend. Okay, no girlfriend. And to my delight, he was into writing fantasy. Because surely this would seem like a fantasy to him. This made him... Can't read. I can't read half of my writing here. What did I write here? This made him a... Oh, natural. I see. This made him a natural... And I'll say natural choice. Plus, I had a feeling this boy had the right stuff. So, I made up a fake candy company called the Benny Wonky Candy Company. Which happened to our best-selling candy, the Wonky Bar. Wonky without the E just looks better anyways. Little did he know it was to get him into enchanted lands. I gave him a silver ticket. I mean, coupon. No, I gave him a silver coupon. I mean, ticket. Yes. A silver ticket. Silver ticket. Which was made of quicksilver. Which, if you don't know, gives magical properties to things or people. It's the magical mineral which enchanted lands runs on. You see, if I would have done the magic myself, who knows what would have happened. We might end up with half a body. That needs a T. We might end up with half a body. Half a body in your world and half in mine. And who knows what half would go to what realm. Okay, that's just something I added in there just for fun. Who knows what would happen? And if half a body. In any case, when I gave him the Wonky Bar, I did not take the coupon, for then he could not travel. which is funny because I was just saying that. If you're watching or listening earlier, I was saying that I didn't write it down that he gave him his coupon back because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get in the round. But apparently, I had wrote it here, so that's kind of interesting. Um, okay. For then he could not travel. Anyway, this brings me to the present. He traveled through the portal, and here we are. Here we are. Crash landed in the forest of fading thoughts. Forest of fading thoughts. Forest. See, the reason there's no leaves on those trees is because they forgot how to grow them. And I didn't even put that. I just thought that up. So that would be funny if you're asking somehow it comes up in a conversation or something asking, well, how come there's no leaves on the trees? It looks like the winter in here, but it feels like summer. And then, of course, the idea is it's the forest of fading thoughts. In fact, this is why the trees have no leaves, because they've forgotten how to grow them. Okay. I think I will go see to the boy and continue with my memoirs later. It should prove to be a most excellent adventure. Yeah, I must have just watched Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure to actually put that in there. Boy. Here we go. Okay. Alrighty. Talking about thermal paste Arctic Silver. Upgood's a legit storyteller. This is amazing to listen to. Oh, come on. Don't worry, I'm not gonna just suddenly quit, so you don't have to keep on acting like I'm doing this great thing. Hopefully it's interesting though. I hope I'm not too boring. I'm just typing in my notes and I'm just reading them off and then explaining a few things along the way. But yeah, it's nice for you to say so though. Yeah. And sometimes the way I do things, sometimes when I hear music or sometimes when I'm thinking of something, I think of it in terms of a movie, so I see this thing in my head, like the thing about the train and stuff. That's where I came up with kind of my original like opening thing. It was going to be a straight up like a cutscene of him actually going through the portal and stuff, but there'll probably be some play there in it a little bit. Because obviously it's still a game. It's not a movie, but at the same time, yeah. Anywho, okay, so we got done with Hubert's story, and let's see, who do we got? What time do we got? Oh, it's about 5 o'clock, huh? Give me a second. I'm going to check something and I'll be right back. Okay. Well, okay, so the next one is Princess Karen, and then the Count. And I probably already said the Count. Originally, his name was Roy, and there was a particular reason I had for doing that, and the reason is no longer relevant. So he's not going to be called Count Roy, or I think when I was rewriting my notes, I think I was saying maybe Roy is still his name, but because it's a common name, he uses the Count, so it sounds more impressive. Now he's a vampire. Of course, vampires in Enchanted Lands are not like vampire like we think of vampires. They don't go sucking people's blood. That's not how they work. But at the same time, he's still technically a vampire, or what I call a vampire. Anyways, we have Princess Karen. We have the Count, and the Count is actually going to be a good guy, although he's more of a minor character. So originally he was going to be a playable character too, and I might not do these okay. So John Thomas and Hubert Halfway and Princess Karen are going to be our main ones. Then I have Count Roy. He wants to find a mate, and nobody will come to his hotel because it's called the Bats in the Belfry Motel because it's too scary or whatever. And but you'll find out that really he's a nice guy, and it's really not that scary. And you'll have a particular mission, and he actually helps our guys. And then I have Roland. The oversized dwarf, and he's instrumental in getting our heroes into the dwarf mines. In other words, in order to get into the gnome kingdom, they have to they have to go through the dwarves' mines to get into the gnome kingdom, as they're kind of next to each other. And so Roland is instrumental in that. Then you have Chester the Good-Hearted Dragon, and like originally I had just one dragon named Crooktooth, and his big deal was that I think it was his tooth that was hurting him, and so in the course of the game you would take the tooth out, and then he would be your friend at that point. And then at this time when I was rewriting, I think I had in mind to actually have two dragons that are brothers, Chester and Nestor. Chester's the good guy. Nestor is a bad guy, but really Nestor is under an evil spell. In any case, then we have Sir William the Unicorn. And what happened to William is William was a knight, and he thought so highly of himself that one day he kicked an old lady out, and kind of a familiar story. She cast a spell on him, but he didn't turn into a beast. This witch turned him into a unicorn. And then, okay, so I'm giving some spoilers here, but through the course of the game, you're going to find out that it was actually Violet who cast the spell on him. She became the witch that did, because Sir William actually helped to capture Max back in the day, when he was banished for the first time. So he was kind of instrumental in that, and so in order to cover part of his bases, Max has Violet go and turn him into something that they can, something that puts him out of the way. And then for one of the villains I have is called the Black Knight, and the Black Knight hunts unicorns, and so basically he's hunted all the unicorns. The Black Knight's hunted all the unicorns, and then Sir William's the last one. Of course, he's not. Originally, he wasn't a unicorn. He was a human, a person. So yeah. Anyways, I'm sure you're gonna hear more about the characters over and over again as I continue to work on this. So, apologies for repeating myself, because I'm repeating myself a lot. I tend to do that anyways. So, apologies for that. Any case, it's almost 5 o'clock here, which means I need to pack it up. And I know I didn't get to very many notes, and I'll decide whether or not here, let's do this. Let's go back to the webcam. I'll decide whether or not I'll show more of me typing in notes, maybe. If anybody's interested, I mean, if it was interesting enough, maybe I'd go, okay, the next couple of game dev streams, maybe I'll continue with that. If not, if it seems kind of long, drawn out, and boring, then maybe I'll just decide to put the notes in offline, and I'll figure out for Monday what to do on the next dev stream. Anyways, I want to thank you for watching or listening. At whatever point you did and whatever point you quit, that's fine. And I will see you tomorrow if there's not something happening. You know, if I don't have to go anywhere or whatever, and we'll do some editing. I'll actually be able to get to edit my first video finally, because now that I got the other stuff sorted out, now I actually have to get to editing, and we'll see if I can, how fast I can edit. You know, I might force myself to edit as fast as possible. In other words, just to cut stuff out and just go and kind of scrub through real quick and say, well, there's this here, I can cut this out, and I'll just, you know, kind of chop something together, and then I'll make a voiceover, and then I'll upload it as an update, and just so we can keep things moving, because it's, you know, the estimations for how long it takes to make a, you know, a few minute video is like something like 30 hours, 20 to 30 hours, especially if you're a beginner, which technically I kind of am a beginner editor, so, you know, I don't really have a process in place yet, so that could take hours and hours and hours, and I don't want it to take hours, so I might have to force myself to make crappy videos at first until I get the hang of it, and so just getting something out. So if something's cut off and it's wrong, it's messed up, you know, if I keep it to a narration and just technically use all my dev footage as sort of like a B-roll only, and I just I cut through and just kind of make kind of random cuts and stuff, I could probably get things done, and eventually it would get better, because eventually I would streamline the process. Anyways, so that's all for today, and I want to thank you for watching and or listening, and I will see you tomorrow.